There we go. Okay. I updated OBS, and I guess I had to reset my default microphone settings, but we got there. Okay, so if I was muted on Facebook, hopefully that's not a problem anymore. So yeah, all these little balls that you see are individual connections that are made to this chip. This is the chip. So all those little spots are connections from the chip to the board. We have to reestablish all of those connections. So we are going to do that first by repairing our motherboard. And once we clear these shorts, or clear these bridges, better word to use, we'll be able to test that capacitor on the underside that was shorted to ground previously and see if that's still the issue. I'm expecting it not to be. All right, that's good enough. So previously, when we had we're troubleshooting this system, this capacitor, this big boy right here, was short to ground. Oh, would you look at that? It's not short to ground anymore. So this further establishes that Southbridge was indeed the issue. No! That's at least reassuring in the sense that we have a pretty straightforward path now for repair, hopefully. Once we get this this new Southbridge, or this donor board Southbridge put on, we will be able to partially reassemble and test it. Man, that's some good coffee. Just serviced my espresso machine at home, and it makes much better coffee than it did before. Well, I guess espresso. I'm Americano. We want to get proper. So we have our, let's look at these pads, make sure they're all reasonably filled in with, reasonably tinned with solder. It looks like they are well enough. So this is our donor motherboard, or our customer board. We're gonna go back to here. Ooh, Facebook keyboard shortcuts. I did not know that was a thing. All right, well, I didn't want that to be a thing. We are close enough to how hot I want this to be to start pulling off the Southbridge on the donor board. So I'm gonna get ready to do that. Like I said previously, I'm not I wouldn't consider myself particularly skilled with reballing, so this gives us a chance to practice my skill. And we got the chip pulled off on our donor board. Here is our donor board chip. We got some cleaning to do. What I think I'm also going to do to make this easier to work with is, where is it? It's right here. I'm gonna put this in a chip holder. Now, let's get this dialed in. All right, so we have our chip and our chip holder, our IC. And what we're gonna do now is prepare this chip for reballing. I'm gonna do that by getting all this excess solder off. So since we're not using balls to reball here, and I'm going to use paste, we don't have to worry about these being perfect because the paste is going to fill in the holes regardless. Sunday grind indeed. Alright, so I'm going to clean up this, get all the flux off the board, or off the chip. Yeah, to answer your question earlier, I'm assuming it's just Drew. I'm just going to call you Drew until you tell me otherwise. I don't want to say Drew P, because I do know a guy named Drew P. And I don't think that you're him. But, or I guess where I left off, I was getting, when I first started buying and selling video games, I was getting a bunch of Game Boy games with dead save Pokemon games specifically with dead save batteries, and I was getting a bunch of handheld systems with that were broken in some capacity. And at a certain point, it just got to the point where it was like, well, if I don't start doing the basic things that these need to have done to them, I'm just going to end up with a bunch of systems that I can't do anything with, or I'll have to sell the Pokemon games with dead save batteries for less money. So it all started with a crappy soldering iron and a need to replace save batteries in Game Boy cartridges. So and then everything else just, you know, got a new device. It was broken in some capacity. YouTube. Lots and lots of YouTube. And then lots of, there's a Facebook group that I'm in called the Game Console Repair Legion. That group has also done a lot in helping me get to where I am. A lot of time, a lot of broken devices. A lot of time and a lot of broken devices. So now that we've got this cleaned off, we can see for certain, and yes, that is every hole with a ball. So this stencil will be effective. And that looks like a perfect lineup. Put down some tape. Not going to stick it down until I have both sides. No way I can keep stuff lined up. We just got the second half, well, most of the second half of our new shelf system put in on the video game side. That's what I was doing. I wanted to do this, but I decided to get to a good stopping point with that before jumping back into repairs. But now it's just a waiting game on IKEA again. They have more space out there than they ever have, which is good for everyone. Now we have a system growing, and we had a, albeit imperfect, system for cards, but we've never had a good system for video games, and so having a good shelf system for video games in place really I think it's going to go a long way. So I'm doing all 4 corners, that way everything stays where it's supposed to. So this kind of repair, in terms of cost effectiveness or the amount of money that I make for time, it's definitely on the less money made for time than other repairs. But it's also like, when you average it out, it makes sense, and less opportunities that we have to turn away customers when things have a reasonable path to repair, even though it may not be the most time effective thing to do. I try to do what I can. I need my solder paste. Where is that? It's right here. So I'm going to get my flat spreader. Don't know what that is, but that doesn't go here. And what we're trying to do is just fill in all of these holes with solder paste. Now that I'm looking at it, I should have dried off the solder paste a little bit. It compares to flipping cards. It's a great question. There is while there is more money to be made overall in our setup with flipping cards, this has the lowest operating cost. So a much larger portion of, so you with this you pretty much have manpower. That's it. You know, I mean, there is some amount of cost tied to this stuff between, like, you know, parts that we buy to fix stuff, which, like, for an HDMI port is like $2. So that's a $200 repair. The part is $2. So that tells you something. But then on the other side, like this, I'm getting $250 out of this repair. But the chip that I pulled off, the chip that I'm using is a pull from a donor board off a broken device that we bought from another customer. So until I which just the disk drive by itself, since it was since the Slim model, pays for what I paid for the entire system broken. But we have, you know, some amount of cost to recoup between the reuse of parts and other repairs, and then any parts that we decide to sell. So there's just a a ridiculously low, comparatively speaking, overhead model with this, because all of the equipment that I'm using we've bought years ago now, and so pretty much it's just the time. The overhead is so low that it's almost just time spent. You know, you have your utilities cost and all that to run the machines and all that stuff. So that's an amount of money. But overall, yeah, I would say a very low overhead, infinitely lower overhead compared to trading cards, especially with us, because I would consider us more on the aggressive end of the spectrum for stores like ours when it comes to buying cards. So like this repair, for example, if this was the only repair that I did today, I paid for myself. The time that I spent here was paid for if this was the only repair that I did today. But I'm of course that's of course it being successful being the first thing, and then not having to do anything else otherwise today, or getting to spend good time on repairs otherwise, which I don't have any plans for today, so I should be able to focus on a good amount of repairs. But what I inevitably come down to with any of all of the parts of our system are a part of a whole. So especially in our setup, trading cards don't stand up on their own. They could, but it would require a very different model than we work out of. Video games don't stand up on their own. Repair doesn't stand up on its own. But they all end up working together incredibly well. I think our biggest benefit is that we have things that spread out into, or that appeal to the same demographics. Like pretty much everyone who plays video games or who plays with trading cards likes video games in some capacity. And video games are so broad and encompassing that they bring in a very large demographic, and that creates more opportunities to expose them to the other aspects of our business, like trading cards and repair. So video games really does a good job in bringing in new customer bases that would otherwise not search for us for things like trading cards or anime figures or anything like that, but then they come into the store for either, you know, a video game or repair, and then they see things from their childhood and they decide they want to stay quiet while I do this. Nah, these balls aren't the same size. We're gonna have to do this all over again. That is why I should have dried out at my pace. Because we're almost there, but it's not enough. I think it's just because there was a little bit of lift on this side. Might be fixable. Actually, I think it is fixable, because the most of this is good. So we are going to fix it. Alright. We got most of this. Do I accept gold for payment? The business doesn't, but I would gladly buy it from you before the transaction is made so you can pay cash. I'm a big fan of gold. I love precious metals. I love precious metals. Whenever I have a chance to find it cheap enough, which is not very often. See, I like to buy gold and silver the same way that we buy trading cards, and that's not very easy to do. What I'm doing here is just trying to level out all the solder balls so that when I go to repaste, it has a chance for these to fill in. No, it does not. Well, unless you're in like a place like a pawn shop, because you can buy it for less actually. And when I used to work at a pawn shop, that's what we did. But yeah, most like people who are buying gold knowing what it is, they you know, especially with like collectible coins and stuff like that, you got like coin shops that'll pay $50 under spot on a $2,000 coin just so they can sell it for $50 more and make $100 off of a $2,000 investment. But you know, that's just the model that they work off of. It's a crazy model. I'm not going to stop them, but definitely not something I would want to. I don't have the financial stability to make investments like that. More power to those shops if they can operate off of margins like that, which I guess places like that have a much lower overhead structure than us because they don't need a big play space for people to come in and play and you know all that stuff. So those I'm sure they also have some aspects that they pay much less on to recoup their costs. Alright, now we got some drier solder paste. Should have dried it out first. We're just going to try to wedge this in everywhere that we can. Fill in all these holes. Just got to get it to where all these ones that aren't filled in are filled in. Now, there is an amount of perfect that this has to be, because if balls are two different size, yeah, I wouldn't hold a pawn shop to the same, like and they shouldn't be, because pawn shops tend to not really deal with a knowledgeable customer base. And they're like, and with them leaning into people wanting to pawn stuff more than actually sell stuff, which is where the best money is made, in a pawn shop anyways. You can make it a lot better. I wouldn't open a coin store, or like I'd open a pawn shop way before I'd open a store that was just like focusing on collectible coins and stuff like that. That's something I'd like to do way down the road, when this business is foolproof in its stability. Got a long way to go before that's going to be the case. Or actually, I don't know. Kind of, as long as there's scalability in this business, which there's definitely, we aren't anywhere close to being at the peak of our scalability. And there's not really a good reason for me to look at doing other stuff, but I can still at least buy this stuff casually, and I do that. I have a couple of stores that I go to that treat me very well, but I also spread it out. I don't just go there to like buy gold and stuff like that. I buy just about anything that's a good price that they'll sell me. Stuff for myself, stuff for the store. We do repairs for them too. It's a good deal. It's definitely a great example of backs getting scratched, because some backs are definitely getting scratched. All right, let's try this again. Clean this up a little bit. I think these are about as reasonably filled in as they can be. Starting at the corner, working my way in. Balls are looking nice and consistent. And you get that chunk of No. You stay out of here. I don't need you mixing in. Let's see about to happen over here. Get that out of the way. We have to deal with that down here too. Again, this is a great manifestation of my lack of skill when it comes to reballing. I got a reballing jig and I have a lot of issues with it. So this is the method that I'm trying for now. And this at least beats hand reballing. That I can say confidently. Alright, I think that's done. And these balls are dry. Well, they're not liquid anymore. Let's pull this off and see if they stuck. That's another important part of this. Even though we made the balls, if they didn't stick, it doesn't matter. Alright, I think that looks pretty good. We're gonna flow one more time. Let's get this air down. Doing this one more time without the stencil gives the balls a chance to set correctly. You'll see them move around a little bit. But I think I wouldn't call it perfect, but it might be within the margin of error that allows this to work. The only way for us to know is to try it out. So this is donor board. Pull the donor board off of the preheater, and now, just like with removal, we're going to put the customer board back on the preheater, and we're going to prepare it for getting put on, getting reattached. So just like with removal, we're going to heat up the motherboard with the preheater, put the chip in place, and then reattach it with hot air. Before we do that, we can do some cleaning at least. So this is definitely the other side of repair, the more fun side, but the much more time consuming and less profitable for time spent than, say, things like your typical HDMI port repair. But I don't like to turn down the hard stuff just to do the easy stuff, because I think that's how your reputation gets made. And I know that there's some other stores in the city that send stuff to me thinking that they're hard because that they know that I can do the hard stuff. Oh yeah, it was 61 and 69. And I'm just cleaning up this chip while we wait for the preheater to get where we want. Okay, orientation marker is down here. We know that's a test point. I'm putting the chip, just gonna drop the chip in place. Let's go here. Again, doing it on the preheater, so I can't really see, but making sure that I have orientation correct. Believe that I do. Now I gotta get it lined up. Some nice tweezers would help with that. All right, I've got it placed where I reasonably believe it needs to go. And then, well, we're at 237. I think we're close enough. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit it with some heat. I'm gonna turn down the air. Put down a little flux. All right, now just watching to see it snap into place. Need to give it the old wiggle test. And we're good. Nudge the chip just a little bit, and then watch it snap back into place. So now we actually don't need to let it continue heating up. We've got the chip attached. So now once the motherboard cools down a little bit, we'll be able to partially reassemble it and give it the old college try, as they say. To prepare for that, I'm gonna go ahead and put the system back together to an extent. I can do that over here. F2. F2. Put up our solder paste. And by put it up, I mean just move it out of the way because I'm too lazy to put it back up. that problem's going to come around and get me again in the very near future. All right, got our heatsink assembly, power supply, and then the front panel. I kind of need this to work. Not gonna lie. It would be awfully convenient if this just went ahead and worked for me. Mostly so I can actually do a successful repair on stream. That would be nice. You know, instead of just calling everything a no-fix, actually fix something. And I was saying, like, every time I go to get on repair stream, I end up with repairs that are way more difficult than they should be, when, like, most of the time it otherwise ends up just being your typical HDMI port, USB-C, etc., etc. Not for me. Not for me. We're gonna put this mid-frame in play, or the heatsink assembly. Drop that down. Once we drop this down, we'll be able to flip this over. Don't want to be too jerky with that heatsink assembly because there is liquid metal and what I would consider excess on the other side. But it has a, what is it called? Surface tension? An amount of surface tension that keeps it in place as long as I don't jerk it around or anything. There we go. Just like that. Can I grab it? No, not grabbable yet. But we do at least have the board ready. I really hope this works. I'll be very happy if it works. Mostly because that means I'll get paid. And as nice as it is to show off my work, if I'm not getting paid for it, it doesn't really matter. All right. We have a little bit of time before we get into partial reassembly. The good thing about this is I don't have to full reassemble to test it. I can reassemble just enough to oh, and yeah, those balls look connected. I can reassemble just enough to plug it up and see that it actually powers on. So that's all we're going to do. And if we get a successful power on, I have no desire to diversify our robot setup any more than it is. We have 2 Rokas and a fizz batch, and yeah, needless to say, none of them are running right now, and that's in part because we have other stuff that needs to be done before that. I guess I could start a sort right now, actually, but I passed off my responsibilities for that to another person, and I don't really know where they're at right now with that. Yeah, it's still too hot. But yeah, we're not even using our current machines in the capacity that they need to be to need anything else. So I don't know if I can, like, they're right next to me actually. And of course my monitor's in the way. Can we, no, it's just worse no matter, oh, there you go. Yeah. Roca number 1, Roca number 2 right next to it, and the fizz batch after that, all of which are not currently in use. Oh, the guy who works those now, he's running a by and then getting orders done for the day, and then ideally he'll make it back here. Well, actually, no, I remember now. Our throttle point in card processing is putting the cards physically in the inventory. Our machines are putting them out faster than we can put them away, so we need to get stuff put away. And that's what they're doing right now. They're putting stuff away. I can't wait. Yep, it died. But I don't know if you missed it or not, but yeah, we're pretty far behind on all the other stuff that we need to flip before worrying about getting into flipping stuff like that. We have a backlog of stuff that needs to go to Amazon, a backlog of stuff that needs to get listed on eBay, and we're still over here just trying to get trading cards and video games figured out. Alright, moment of truth. Are we going to be dead no power after this Southbridge? Actually, before we even do that, now that our Southbridge has been installed, do we have short to ground on that big capacitor under Southbridge? We do not. All right. Moment of truth. Let's go top down. We got a beep. That's more than normal. That is more than normal, but it is not powering on still. So we are one step closer, but we are not fixed yet. One good thing about this is now the UART reader might be useful. And it might even be useful enough to tell us that I didn't do the Southbridge correctly. So previously we were dead, no power. Now we have beep on, beep off. Unplug power. Okay, we have our UART reader. I think we can even come over here. We're going to plug this up, see if code generation happens. We're going to change to USB serial port, run. All right, well, now this is 808 1001 over and over again. General power failure, peripheral GDR6 APU data line short. So what this is telling me is at least we're reading this from the Southbridge now. General power failure, peripheral GDR6 APU data line short. A data line short. This is another good part of the software, the free software. So 808 10,001 general early stages, power on, models. Well, we're actually 04, so they probably just haven't. Possible Wi-Fi, PMIC, F7002, APU no power. Let's see if we have the most recent update too. Okay, well, looks like 10.5 or 1.0.5 is the current version, and that's what we must be on right now. Yep, 1.0.5. So we are on the current version. Let's run again. Oh wait, we're on auto. Cancel. COM4. Yep, so 808 10001 is the no repair procedure. Well, that's funny. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. That's a blue light. The next thing that it needs to do is become a white light. Yep, so it's pulsing blue right now. That's not necessarily, that's better than before, but it's still not necessarily good. Because we want white light. The only thing I did was clear codes, which I imagine isn't supposed to actually do anything. Let's see. What? Yeah, we're closer than we were before, but we're still not getting what we need out of this system, which is white light. So this could be a couple of things. It could be another issue. It could be an issue with the Southbridge that we put on. It could be an issue with my installation of the Southbridge. There are a lot of variables here, unfortunately. And that is what makes this that much more difficult to repair. We are gonna, where's our, there it is. We're gonna pop off the CMOS battery. I told the customer when I called them about this is the Southbridge is just, it has a chance to be the only issue, and it also has a chance to be the first point in what ends up being multiple issues. So in a worst case scenario, there is a chance that this device is still not fixable. Pulsing blue light is definitely not what I want to see in any capacity. Well, we didn't need to worry about respreading the thermal interface anyways, because it's already good. All right, we need to No, it's taped in. That's funny. All right, let's give it a couple minutes. We don't really need to give it a couple minutes. We give it a couple seconds. And this will give it time to regenerate codes after they were cleared. So hopefully this gives us something to work off of. All right, back over here. All right. Run. Okay, so we're back to. What's up?
Anything that I deem is not as the condition it was listed, you cannot plug that in. Process refinements like the TCGPlayer, I guess.
Oh,
Like that, for example. Light play. That's, yeah.
What?
That's pretty bad.
This is damaged.
That's, yeah.
Like,
yeah,
not just a little damaged
I would,
either.
Like, maybe pass it as heavily played, but.
Yeah, no, that's,
Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely not.
Plus, now that I'm looking at it, I don't know.
Yeah, was that even listed correctly?
It was listed as a release of a promo, but.
Okay. I mean, that's probably what it is. That's, yeah, that's bad. How does that, is that the only item on the order?
No, there's a few parts, that is.
Yeah. So what I would do, initiate the partial refund for that, and then keep the order until they decide that or until they send a message back saying that they would still want the rest of the order.
So send them a message letting them know that's out of it.
Yeah. Do the normal refund procedure, but tell them that, you know, was that the only valuable card in the order?
I mean, it's a 50-cent card.
Yeah.
So it's not, yeah, I mean, and the other, it's like 77 cents, 67 cents, and 50-cent card. But at that point, I was kind of thinking go ahead and ship, partial refund ship, because other fuse condition are,
Yeah.
listed accurately.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and I'm sure that, yeah, just go ahead and send them the thing send them a message about the refund, and then there's nothing else that we can do otherwise. We just send them the rest of the cards.
Yeah.
Send the order otherwise. Let's see what it does now. Oh, well, gotta have the power button plugged in to turn it on. Yep. Same. Run it again. Oh, now we're getting more of them. More 8001. General power failure. And then let's clear codes and watch what happens. And now we can boot this thing up. No, we can't actually. I guess that's good. This is not what I wanted to happen. Where we got this far and there's still not a. We're gonna take this off. There's no reason in. All right. So we have gotten to stable beep on, beep off, which is more than we had before. but not enough to actually, get us paid. So we're not getting paid yet, which means we haven't done anything. Until we are getting paid, we haven't done anything. So let's see. With good, let's check that F7002 that they were talking about. I believe that's right here. We can try to look at our Southbridge under the microscope, see if we see any indication of it not being installed correctly. Oh, no, that's not the Southbridge. Okay. Now we got different size balls here. You can see right there. Fatter balls and skinnier balls. And that's not going to do it. That is not acceptable. Yeah, I'm going to venture to guess that we at the very least need to reattach our... We're going to have to reattach this Southbridge. It's not what I want to say, but that is definitely the case in this situation. And within that, I am also not going to do the solder paste method. I am going to do the ball method. I think that one is going to be what gets us where we need to be at here. My stencil first. Here is the stencil. The stencil should tell us what size balls we need. Let's get the stencil off the... So if this is not the best manifestation of my lack of skill when it comes to reballing, I don't know what is. But here is our Alright, so we need 0.05 balls. So let's get out some 0.05 balls. I'm going to try a different but hopefully equally effective method of getting these balls on. Well, different but potentially more effective. Let's say that. All right, here's our bottle of 0.5 balls. So what I'm going to do, because I absolutely suck at getting this stuff to work otherwise, we have a preheater, our balls, and our stencil. First I gotta clean off the stencil. Let's do that by grabbing it with our tweezers. Heating it up. Look at our balls under the camera, or our stencil, excuse me. Make sure all of our holes are clear. It looks like we can drop some, they're clear enough to drop some balls into. Clean it up with isopropyl and a brush. You know, there's some cases where I would say that there is no art in repair. Reballing is probably the only area where I would say there's definitely an art, and that is not an art that I have perfected. I've noticed that I'm pretty good at reballing small chips, but it's when you get into chips of this size that I start to struggle. And I haven't really gotten into like CPU reballing and stuff of that nature, so not really haven't been exposed to it across the board. But if that stuff is at all similar to what I'm doing here. Okay, we got some clear holes. I would imagine I'd probably struggle with that too, but usually you gotta have, you know, specific hardware just for CPU reballing and stuff like that. The Southbridge chips are about the biggest that I get before putting it outside of the realm of our expertise. Sorry, so we got this board heated up enough. I'm gonna, you know what, I have better tweezers for this. Let's get proper tweezers for something like this. You just put it on the chair for now, I'll take care of it. I'm going to say beyond a reasonable doubt that the issue we had was probably with our balls. We're gonna, let's move back to the microscope. We're gonna move back to the chip holder. And just like before, we're gonna clean off these balls. This time, we're gonna actually try to get all the solder off these pads. We're gonna use some solder wick. I'm not trying to be abrasive while we take this stuff off. Just letting it roll over the pads. That's not solder paste. That's thermal paste. I think we just about have it. Again, I'm not trying to scrub or anything. I'm trying to be as gentle as possible so we don't damage the pads or the chip. Just want to get as much solder off these pads as we can. I think that looks about good. All right, let's clean this off and see what it looks like. See if we can get some of these high spots out of the way. I think that's about good. All right, that is good. So we've got the chip cleaned off again. While we're waiting for the board to cool down, we can again drop on our We have our stencil in place. I'm actually going to see. I know we have, yeah, we have a fresh new stencil. Yeah, we're gonna try this in the big reballing jig. Maybe I'll regret this. All right, got this clamped down. All right, yep, got that good and clamped down. See, this thing uses magnets to hold this in place. So now what I'm going to do is put a tiny amount of flux on here. Spread it with a Q-tip. I want it just to be a very thin layer. Not enough to pool or have any excess anywhere. If we don't see it, we did it right. I think that's reasonably good. Now we drop the balls. You know what? Before we do any ball dropping, I'm going to take a nice drink of coffee. 2 holes left, 1 hole left. Probably do this better with tweezers. There we go. Alright, our holes are filled up. Now what I'm supposed to be able to do is lift this, and our balls are perfect. And so far that is the case. Maybe I've been stupid and I should have been doing it this method the whole time. The proof will be in the pudding. The problem that I've had with these historically is that the balls move when I apply heat to them, or the plate flexes and the balls move when I apply heat to them. There was not enough flux. Let's try. Okay, now we got some activity. So I guess our problem here was not enough flux. If I can get the outer perimeter good, then I can apply flux around the edges, and that will let's see these guys snap into place. Well, that didn't happen the way I wanted it to. Alright, 2 balls. It's where I guess there should have been more flux use. It's the only reasonable assumption I can come up with here, is that if we had more flux on these pads, then when these balls melted, they would just stick in place rather than roll around. Or if we tinned these pads, that's actually what I'm thinking would be the better thing to do here. This might end up being a waste of time. Yeah. The good thing is, for the balls that are attached, I can leave them, but we're gonna actually put these balls, ooh, that's hot. We're gonna put these balls back. I'm gonna tin these pads with leaded solder, and then we're gonna put the balls back on. That way they have something to stick to. I think these pads aren't helping me out, not having any solder on them. And let's kamikaze. Maybe we can just Hail Mary this and see what happens. Absolutely not. No, that's not gonna work. Yep, these balls are just... Alright, I'm gonna just gotta sacrifice these balls. That's the path of least resistance here. I could have saved them, but that's what containers of balls are for. So we're not going to worry about saving those 4 balls on the sides. We're actually just going to use those as the solder to spread around. Let's get this swimming. And then get our iron. So doing this should reasonably get the most solder that these pads can hold uniformly across the entire array, I guess you would call it. BGA array, ball grid array. So if we can get all these pads tinned with solder, when we go to do the same thing, those balls have something to stick to. Of course, some of these pads are being stubborn. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Doesn't help that our flux is mostly burnt up. Alright, let's clean this up and then we'll look at it, see what it looks like. If these pads are good, then we will do what we did previously, apply a small amount of flux, and then drop these balls into place again. At least doing this, even if we don't get any further than we were before, will let me know that my work was not the issue. After seeing how those balls looked between this chip and the board, it would be a reasonable assumption that something wasn't right there. All right. Again, a little bit of flux just to spread out across the whole chip. This one looks a little high. There we go. All right, I'm happy with that. And again, drop this on. Still lined up pretty well. Make sure all these holes are filled in with balls. Balls and holes. Holes and balls. I think we got a little bit of flux sticking stuff up in here. Keeping these from falling into holes or from having them come back out of holes. Looks like this corner is about the worst of it. Get all the excess out of here. I was going to put this on a preheater and just let it heat up through the bottom of the chip, but we're going to try to do this the way that I see all the professionals do it. Okay, well, we got one left. I think that one popped out. Alright. Moving these around to see if anything's sticking. It doesn't look like it is. Round 2. Start at the corner again. Actually, I think I'm gonna rotate this. Now you got some resistance from the pad surface. We got some rolling happening. Definitely not what I want to happen. We can fix it, but this is not a good start already. Trying to heat up, see what, or the air up. I'm trying to indirectly heat up this so that these balls don't move. Nope, we got movement, and I want to keep that from happening. All right, we're gonna try to move this chip over to the preheater without all right, this is definitely not the right way to do this, but we've got our preheater and the balls haven't moved. Except at the very corner, they moved. Okay, got it on here. I have to clean up some balls a little bit, but it's just a few. Okay, just got one over here to line back up. Alright, that should actually be good enough. We're gonna flip this on and see what happens. If it's plugged in. First step would be being plugged in. Alright. We're gonna watch this in live action. Okay. So the good thing about this, with the heat coming from the underside, we will be able to liquefy the pads before the balls liquefy, and that will pull the balls into place. That's the assumption here. Up to 100. As long as these balls are touching the pads in any capacity, which it looks like they all are, they should snap into place. I'm going to nudge this onto a little bit's hanging off, but I don't think that'll be a problem. Up to 160. Looks like some stuff is happening, but not on the chip yet. We're up to 180. Sure would suck if I sneezed right now. Uh-oh, look at that. Look at that. Slowly but surely, these balls are falling into place. we can fix that later. But I think these have been connected enough to be blown into place with some hot air. Let's try that out. We'll start at the corner. I think I know what we need here. Oh, and I saw.
There's a handful. Oh, never mind.
Those are the little.
Inserts, yeah.
Darn it. Ooh, that hurt my back. Oh man, I need to go see a doctor. Oh, that brown box. Is that not envelopes?
Oh, that is envelopes. I just
All right, so the missing ingredient here was flux. Now, we just drop some flux in. And look at all of them snap into perfect position. I don't want to shock it now to where they roll out, but it looks like they're going where they need to. So I think this is a fantastic manifestation of my lack of ability when it comes to reballing. And there's still a lot for me to practice in this realm. But at the very least, aside from two, we have a correctly resoldered chip. Let's see if I can just hand reball these two missing. We'll use some more precise ones. No. Alright, so we fixed one, but we broke another one. That's fine. We're probably going to break a couple in fixing this one. I need to be left-handed here. Oh wow, that actually worked out way better than I could have asked for. Surface tension did all of that for me. Well, now surface tension isn't helping me. Okay, it helped me. I'm gonna move this one up. It cooled down. One more. Two more. Three more, darn it. Okay, got those three pads. And 3 balls need to go on them. I'm gonna try to do the insidemost one first. Oh my gosh, 4, what happened here? I guess I touched that one not realizing. Okay. Well, they're on the outer perimeter. Alright, there's one. Two. Alright, I grabbed 2. And I lost 2. Let's grab 2. Okay, grab 1. That's what I meant. I just want to push this one up there. And then 2 on the outer perimeter. One left. Alright, now we just need these guys to snap into place, and we'll be done. You need to snap into place and not into the ball next to it. Just roll away from the ball. Too much flux. Way too much flux. And we ruined another pad. Well, not ruined, but we can't use it. I mean, it could be worse, I guess. This isn't happening in the middle of the chip. But this is not helping time efficiency whatsoever. And I just lost that one. Yeah, surface tension is not working for me right now. All right, 2. Alright, this flux is not helping me now. We need to get rid of this flux if we want this to work. So let's let these cool down. Alright, yeah, a little bit of less flux, and now this stuff is going where we need it to. Gosh, these tweezers are too small, and I'm just blowing all these. Okay, one more. Let's not fumble at the end now. Let's not fumble at the end now. Let's not fumble at the end now. Man, I hate doing this. I really need to get a better process for this. Okay, now I think we're done. A little bit of flux, a little bit of heat. Let's snap these balls in place. There we go, finally. Heat these balls up. All right, that's oh my gosh, I hated doing that. Oh, that was miserable. All that just to put this stupid chip back on the board, and there's still no guarantee that it's gonna work. I just had to remove my skill issue as being a part of the equation as to why this isn't working correctly. So here we are. I can at least say that this chip has consistent balls. Consistent balls. Got this board at 150. Just trying to clean off all the there we go. All this dried up flux is not helping. All right, that's as clean as I care for it to be. Get our preheater out of the way. Still hot, I shouldn't be touching it. Drop this in the chip holder. We're gonna flow these balls with fresh flux, and then we're gonna put it back on the board. Okay. Just want to see these balls nice and shiny. All right. While we're waiting for the board to be ready, set the chip up to the side. Ah. Big old solder blob. Just trying to get solder on all these pads. All right, let's see what this looks like, cleaned up. Doesn't have to be perfect, they just have to all be reasonably tinned. Those are test points. Not worried about those. So this is going to be the same with the chip. We're going to clean this off. We don't need to put a lot of flux on here. We're just going to put enough. We're going to paint enough just to have a thin layer on everything. Now we have our chip. Verifying orientation. Orientation is correct. And flip it over. All right, that chip is where it needs to go. Back on the preheater, and I ruined it. Guess I shouldn't worry too much about this being correct, because once we put hot air on it, it's going to move around anyways. All right, let's clean this chip up. We don't need it perfect. Just need to get it where there's not so much on the top. Orientation marker. Orientation marker. All right, that is where it needs to be. We're dropping frames again. That's not fun. I would at least like to finish this repair before set correctly. I'm gonna poke around at this internet. Not working again. Yep, we're still climbing. What is happening? Is it just bad internet? Because now we're up to 2% drop frames. Yeah, I can't think of what would be happening here. Yeah, there's no other devices that are really cranking out any. Yep, percentage just keeps climbing too. Well, I want to get this done, so we're at least gonna, since the stream health is not being consistent, for the sake of this at least getting on YouTube and Facebook one way or the other, I'm gonna go ahead and get this chip back on the main board. Looks like it's cooperating for the most part. Alright, I think I got it good and attached. I'm just going to nudge it. Yep, we're good. Yep, this I'm getting, I guess it's because it's Sunday. Maybe there's just a lot of activity on, 410 to 415. I'm almost 1,000 millisecond latency on this. This is bad. This is just bad. This is why I wish we had fiber. It's bad enough that we're at 50 megabits upload on a, I think 800 down setup. But then, on Sunday, so at this point I don't think it's anything internal with how bad this is. I'm not even getting, yeah, no, that's bad. And we're just dropping it entirely. Wow. And it's not CPU. It's not, it is just our internet. Yep. Well, we have to test this one way or the other. So I'm gonna have you guys stick with me through at least getting this chip reinstalled. But what I am gonna do is stop streaming on Facebook. So if anybody is watching me on Facebook, and I don't think anybody is, you can watch this video on YouTube later on, and the conclusion will be on there. So, peace. Okay, well, look at that. Now all of a sudden, we're better. We're better. Not good, but better. I think it is just limited upload causing, yeah, and there we go. Now we're not dropping frames. Okay, well, I might just have to do this on YouTube moving forward. Oh yeah, still very hot. All right. While we're waiting, and I think this will be something good to do to pass the time while we're waiting for, okay, I guess. While we're waiting for this board to cool down is the next repair in the queue. So the next repair in the queue is, if I remember correctly, it is 2 PS5 controllers that need joysticks. That's one we're working on. Left analog on both controllers. Okay, yeah, that's all fine. So we're gonna open up gamepad tester. I'll bring you guys over here to gamepad tester, and we're gonna verify left analog on this controller. Oh, I already saw it, yeah. See that jitteriness right there? I mean, really, it's a little bit on, but yeah, oh yeah, right there. Now you can, I'm just barely tilting it, like I'm barely touching it right, and it's going all the way left. So we can say for certain that this is a left joystick drift. The cool thing about this is there's a new software tool, or there's a new web page that has PS5 calibration built into it. It's a little web software for PS5 controller calibration that makes it to where I don't have to install resistors or a variable resistor potentiometer on the X and Y axis to get these two to get these to center correctly. So we're gonna, while we wait for that board to cool down, we're gonna knock this out. I got 2 controllers. We charge $40 for this repair. It's one of those things where, for the amount of work that we do, it's really close to not being worth it, because a new controller is, I think, like $70, but it's new controller for 70 or this for 40, and you know, you save a little bit of money this way. It's priced to where if you say no, I'm not upset. I understand, because it's not that far away from being a replacement controller at that point. But for the amount of work that we have to do, the amount of soldering that has to be done to fix this issue, it's even $40 is not really, doesn't scale appropriately with my other repairs, like an HDMI port, for example. The amount of time that I spend on one of those versus the amount of time that we take on one of these kind of makes it to where a PS5 HDMI ends up being a much better value for time than something like this. But it's also one of those things where I don't want to tell a customer no, so I'll just let the price tell the customer no. But within that, we still get them in for repair, so it must not be too high or too low. I am comfortable with it in that regard, even though I don't like the value for my time on this compared to other repairs. It could be worse. There is a lot less disassembly and reassembly going on here, which makes it a little better. But I don't fix this any other way than replacing the entire joystick assembly, so that's where it kind of sucks out all the value, because I'm not just like replacing one potentiometer, or that's what they're called, right? Potentiometers. I'm not replacing one of those. I'm replacing the entire joystick assembly, which this is left joystick. I like to take off the joystick of the one that I'm doing so I remember which side I'm working on. And we're gonna, we can zoom in here and get a little closer. All right, there we go. Also gonna utilize my board holder. I like this little guy. Makes my life a little easier, especially for stuff like this. There we go. It should look good for you guys. Looks good for me. What I'm gonna do now, once I find my flux, which is right here, I'm gonna flow some leaded solder into all these joints. That's gonna make it to where when I solder suck these, they're gonna come out a lot easier. Should make a repair stream set up at home. I have fiber at home. I'll never run into issues there. But that also assumes that I would actually do work at home, which is incredibly unlikely. Alright. The flowed leaded solder in all the legs. I already got my solder sucker turned on. And you're gonna pop it down. I like to let it, make sure it gets good and hot. And that's a clear hole. You have to flow some more solder on this one. Well, that's just not working. Well, it's oh, it's packed, that's why. That's not gonna help. Let's get our little pokey and clear this out. See, this is the worst thing about when this thing clogs up, because then the tip will clog up. And when the tip clogs up, there's not a lot you can do. This is one of those everything that can go wrong will go wrong days. All right, we're just gonna do it the other way. Fortunately, these come off with a little bit of heat. Especially since I float in some leaded solder. I got the old joystick out. Gonna try to wick out these holes since my solder sucker is sucking at sucking. Well, got some of it. The ones that we don't get, we're gonna flow more solder into and then try again. If this doesn't show why we charge so much for this, I don't know what will. Looks like there's some pad damage on that one. We can fix it, and I think it runs from the other side. Yep, it does. So we don't have much to worry about. Builds up some anticipation for that PS5, right? Right? Alright, that's good enough. Now a new joystick. Should stay in place. We can fortunately, I think by the time we're done with this, we'll definitely be good to Alright. Got our, oh, forgot one. Right here. Okay. I'm gonna clean this up and then should be able to plug a battery into it and calibrate it. And I'll show you guys the calibration process. It's actually pretty cool. Like I said, what used to be done with resistors is now done through software on a website. That, to me, is pretty darn cool. Whoops. All right. Looks even. So we take the battery, plug in the battery, let's put the cap back on. Now, we can zoom back out. Let's see. F5. That's what we need.
We do have a non-greatest hits version that is a little bit more expensive. I can talk to the owner and see if he's okay with shipping that out.
We need dual shot calibration GUI. And then
it's about a $6 difference. So I believe the non-greatest hits one is listed at $12.99 for just the game.
understood. Connect. Connect. All right, so we need to calibrate, stick center, start. Wait, what's back? Please move both sticks to the top left corner and release them. Continue. Top right corner. Continue. Bottom left corner. Continue. Bottom right corner. Continue. Oh, see, I needed to write the changes permanently. Okay, so we're going to do that again. Top left corner, continue. Top right corner, continue. Bottom left corner, continue. Bottom right corner, continue. All right, now back to joystick calibrator, and look at that, perfect centered controllers. Whatever he said,
Okay,
or whatever
you're
you
cool
said
with
is
that?
fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as it's not crazy, like
It's not at all.
for the path of, yeah, for the sake of being able to fulfill the order still, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, we got perfectly calibrated joysticks. And now we just need to reassemble it, and then it'll be good to go. So we get this guy out of the way. I'll need to remember to fix my solder sucker, get it sucking again.
Could I get 194 for a 5?
Let me. If you see Chase, will you tell him to take care of that, please? I would normally do it, but I'm on stream right now. So we're gonna reassemble this enough to, actually, we're just gonna reassemble it. Will you grab that, Chase, the 194?
Yeah.
Thank you. So now that we're putting this back together, I can say this is exactly why we charge $40 for this repair. Because even at 40 bucks, it's not really the best value for us, but you can't reasonably charge more compared to how much a new controller is. So that's why we ended up here. All right, so we've got everything back together. I watched Pompoko a couple days ago. One of the Studio Ghibli movie about the raccoons. Man, that movie's sad. If you guys haven't seen that movie, you should watch it. It'll make you feel bad about what we do. Alright, mic is still working. Battery goes back in. And then back cover. I have a bad habit of forgetting to put the L&R triggers in after I reassemble it, which is not something I can reasonably do when giving it back to a customer. So I gotta get it right. All right, 4 screws going back in. Yep, and our board is cooled down enough to where after this we will be able to do a basic testing. see it on camera, not forgetting to put the L&R triggers in. Got all the screws in, got the L&R triggers in, got the little front fascia or whatever you want to call this. This controller is good. We're gonna, since it's reassembled, let's go back to the controller tester after unplugging it. Wow, look at that. Nice, perfectly working controller. No stick drift or nothing. All right. That customer brought in two controllers, so we have one of the two of his controllers fixed. I'm gonna take his thing and get his second controller ready, even though we're not gonna be working on it yet because we are gonna test out this. All right, this is nice and warm, but not too hot to handle. We're gonna respread the thermal interface. That looks good. We have our, I'm going to respread it on the heatsink as well. Played Magic last night with the guys, with the co-workers for a couple hours. Finally got to play my Kibo deck. And I made monkey business happen. Lots of bananas. Lots of bananas. All right, so we got the thermal interface respread. We're gonna drop this down into place. So the short end of what's going to happen here is it's going to work and we're reassembling it, or we're not, it's not going to work and we're going to call it a no fix. That's unfortunately how this is going to go. So hopefully it's the latter, or the former, and we can get paid for the time that we've spent here on stream, or my net profit for the day will be a couple of controllers and whatever else is in the queue that I can get done before 7 o'clock. Hopefully that is not the case. Hopefully that is not the case. Of course, you know, my past couple of streams wouldn't be indicative of it, but we tend to not have to worry about repairs like these. Most of the repairs that we end up with tend to be pretty straightforward and don't require this amount of work, but every once in a while you get stuff like this. So I want to, when we get stuff like this, I want to say that we offer repair for it. And the only way we can do that is to actually offer repair for it. Sometimes it's easy and it ends up being a single capacitor on a power line that's easy to identify. Oh, all right. Blue light already is a way better start than we got last time we put it on. Now we need to see it go from blue light to white light. Oh, white light! White light! See that? That means that it successfully booted. White light means that it went through all of its initial stuff and it successfully booted. We got there. Southbridge replacement on a PS5 Slim. It's going through its reboot cycle right now because it had a power failure. So in this case, we correctly identified the issue, Southbridge failure, and we failed miserably in the process of getting to having a good Southbridge put on the system, but we got it on. I have a lot of work to do with getting better at reballing, but we have a white light. And for me, that's enough to be happy about because I get paid now. How satisfying. I'm satisfied right now. It's such a simple thing like a white light can bring so much joy to me. So much joy. Cool. Well, this is going to need to be chopped up and turned into a video or some shorts. I guess I don't want people to know that I do this because I'm not good enough at it to get a million of them. Well, I guess maybe that's how you learn how to get good at them. But I don't care either way. Right now, all I know is the Southbridge PS5 Slim. It's done. That's so satisfying, man. These are the repairs that I get that remind me why I enjoy repairs so much. Because they're stressful as hell, but when it ends up working, oh boy, it's satisfying. Customer's gonna be happy because now their system's gonna, they're getting their system back, and oh man, so satisfying. Okay. Now they're gonna get their system back that otherwise wouldn't be fixable, and we get paid. So that's it. That's it for that repair. Replaced Southbridge. It is very obvious that I still have a lot of work to do in regards to becoming more competent with reballing large ICs. Like I said, I feel like I don't really have an issue with small ICs, especially using solder paste, but those big ICs, I'm still not there yet, and I'm sure I'm missing. Maybe I need to watch other people do it more so I can become more comfortable with the process as other people do it. So, oh man, yeah, about all that, who cares? For now, we're gonna ride on the high of a successful, expensive repair, and we're gonna move into joystick repair number 2. This guy, another controller, said it was left joystick specifically, so that's what we're gonna do, is test left joystick specifically and replicate the issue that the customer's having. Well, yep, I'm not even touching it, and it's going crazy. Right joystick seems reasonably fine, but yeah, left joystick is all over the place. So this is going to be another left joystick assembly repair. Gonna have to do it with hot air because my stupid solder sucker doesn't like to suck properly. Of course, it's my fault, but remember that time that I fixed that PS5 Slim with the Southbridge? I remember that time. That was a good time. I'm gonna remember that for at least a week. I wonder if there's any YouTube videos for PS5 Slim Southbridge. Maybe I'll be the guy to at least show that as bad as I was at reballing, we got there and it worked. I guess maybe I should go ahead and do full reassembly, even though I can't reasonably test it. I don't have a setup put together that lets me show testing, but white light is definitely enough for me to be comfortable with saying that the repair was successful. Going from no power at all and a verified short to ground on the big capacitor under Southbridge, going from that to white light after a couple of attempts at reballing. You know, as long as we get there eventually. And eventually we got there. It's good though, because more often than not it tends to not be Southbridge, but like when you take in a no power repair and it's, you know, the power supply, path of least resistance, like that's easiest thing to fix. It's also one of the most expensive things to fix, but the amount of time that you spend replacing a power supply versus resoldering a component, or, you know, replacing and reballing a large BGA chip is low enough to offset the cost of the part. And it also helps when we buy these systems broken for parts and they have good components otherwise, aside from an issue that we can't fix. Usually it's if we buy a part or a device from a customer, we can't fix it either. So, or it's from a business and they don't want to pay even business to business prices to get it fixed. So we end up with the devices one way or the other, and while we pay, you know, less than working prices on devices that we buy that are broken, we still pay something for them, and we depend on leveraging that cost between all the parts that we can use off of it that are salvageable. So like with switches, if it's like a blue screen switch where it's an APU failure, well, the screen's probably still good, or the power delivery IC is still pretty good, or PI3 is probably still good. So there's, you know, and all the little one-off components that can fail. That gives us spare parts to source from with those, what are called donor boards. We keep, I keep all of our no fixes that we get, so that we buy. Even the board, so whenever a component goes bad, as long as I have a board that has that component and I can test that component good on that board, we have reasonable means to swap that stuff over. And just like this, where bought a PS5 Slim. Turns out Southbridge is still good on it. Use that Southbridge, which nobody had it in stock, and if they did, it'd probably be over $50. So I think we paid $100 or $120 for that PS5 Slim non-working. There's most of it back on just that chip. So shell parts, disk drive, other board components, all more opportunities to extract value out of something like that. And that's why we buy devices for parts. I like to go pawn shopping and buy devices from customers or from those stores, because more often than not it'll be non-working for them and for, you know, an easily fixable reason. But even in the event that it's not easily fixable, that's just more spare parts that we have on hand. I'd like to get to the point where we fully part out devices. So like that power supply for the PS5 Slim, I don't even know if there's any on the market yet, but I've got one. It's only one, but I've got it. I'm always a little hesitant about selling power supplies though, because people will buy a power supply thinking it's going to solve their issue, and it's not going to solve their issue unless they know it's their power supply specifically that's bad. And people tend to not do very well with that. It's really easy to default to bad power supply when something doesn't work. And it's not, you know, entirely illogical to do that, but testing the power supply is, although a very easy thing to do, it's not something that's always on the top of mind when people are trying to fix these things. Alright, 5 more holes. Definitely faster when I have a working solder sucker, but here we are. Especially when I get into these pain in the ass, maybe I shouldn't be cussing, pain in the butt holes that don't want to clear out. Which we have 2 of right here. Hopefully some leaded solder will make them change their mind. Alright, cleared out all the holes. More. So this time I'm not going to flip it around, I'm just going to stick it in and then tack it down. Hey Chase, James is leaving at 6 o'clock, so will you, I get for the remainder of the shift. I mean, if Joey's fine out there on his own, just keep.
No, this is the last order I got to ship out. So after this, I'm gonna get the robots up and running, and I'll be out on the floor.
That's fine. Thank you. tack down our new guy. Now I'm wondering if they're gonna come out with a. I know Xbox came out with some kind of software that lets you calibrate joysticks, but it doesn't work across all the controllers. But you know, this software that was made by somebody and released for free, you know what? I should probably give that guy a donation. I don't mind donating to stuff like that when it's like, oh man, you actually saved my business money by making this software. And you didn't save it a little bit of money. You saved it a reasonable amount of money, especially over a long enough period of time. Because now I'm not spending extra time calibrating these joysticks manually, because we have software that takes care of it now. Alright, we got this joystick put in. Grab our battery, plug it up. We're gonna come back over here. See, at this point, I used to just see if it was centered. I don't even care anymore. We're just gonna calibrate all controllers moving forward. There's no reason not to. It's so easy. All right, we're gonna connect. See, and this works for PS4 and PS5. That's just so nice. Well, would you look at that? Perfectly centered, calibrated joysticks. You can't beat it. You just can't beat that. That's too nice. That is too nice. I wonder if that person knows that they, you know, not just as a novelty for people, you know, fixing stuff that they're on their own at home, but like even businesses are taking advantage of his software. Well, I shouldn't say his, their software, in a way that actually provides them income. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I can appreciate that. What started as a very manual and annoying process ended up being a lot more straightforward because of that person's software. If you're out there, thanks, guy. Got our vibrator motors reattached. Don't know what that sensor is for, but we're going to reattach it. I'm assuming it's a sensor. Don't really know what it is. Everything's plugged in, but we forgot to put this screw down. So we're going to unforget. Unforgetting completed. Four screws. You know, this is a good follow-up to the last stream where literally nothing was fixed. At least now this stream can go as 100% successful. If I stop here at least. But we'll keep going. We'll keep going. The more that I do today, the less I'll have to do tomorrow. And that is good philosophy. Do more now, do less tomorrow. Except tomorrow will come and I'll have replaced less to do with more to do. Well, if customer wants his, customer wants their, I think this is a guy, but I guess that's not important. Again, we're gonna plug up. F5, F5, refresh. Oh, would you look at that? Two perfectly working controllers to go along with a good PS5 repair. Chase, I fixed a PS5 today.
Nice. Was it HDMI repair?
No,
What was it?
it was a Southbridge. It was a complicated,
I was about to say, that seems different
it was
than a
complicated.
repair.
It was complicated. And I sucked at it, but I overcame my suckage and did it anyways. Definitely have a lot of skill to not be bad at. Stuck disc. Stuck disc sounds boring.
It does sound boring, especially after doing a Southbridge repair on a PS5.
Hi, this is Zack with Cardinal Gaming and Repair. I'm calling about the two controllers you have here with us. Not too bad. I was actually just calling to let you know that we got both those controllers fixed and they're ready for pickup. We close at 8 o'clock. Sounds good. We'll see you then. All right, bye. Okay. Stuck disc. Oh, I was not supposed to show you all that. Whoops. Oh well. We have let's see. We have PS5. I guess we'll do. Now, you know what? We're going to reassemble this PS4 or PS5 Slim. That is the appropriate thing to do. because then we can finalize testing on it and contact the customer, let them know it's ready. So, and that way we get some of this stuff off my desk. Doing a recover?
I think I need to, yeah, it's saying that this thing's not retracted.
Are you in the sort right now? Is the
Yeah,
sort
this
still
is
active?
the sort that I had ongoing from yesterday, but it kept spitting out a bunch of rejections. And I think that was part of the reason.
Griffin Airy. Okay, there's not a Griffin Airy in there. Do you have a Griffin Airy in there?
I do not believe so. Mostly tokens, core sets.
That's not good, because is this sort mostly done, or is it just being started?
It looks like it hadn't actually. Okay, yeah, it looks like it was mostly done then, so I have no clue how that happened.
Darn it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, because it stopped a couple times yesterday because it just was spitting out so many rejections that it spilled over. And that's why these pulled.
Well, tokens are gonna reject normally because they have no prices.
Tokens in?
Yeah.
Okay.
So all the tokens that come out, they're coming out for a reason.
Okay. That is good to know.
So the reject is gonna fill up faster.
So do tokens need to be manually input then?
We'll cross that
I was
bridge.
about to say,
We'll
it's
cross
not
that
a-
bridge
it's
when
not
we
a
get there.
high priority thing to figure out, but-
Once this comes back up, it's restarting. Once this comes back up, do a recover sort, and once that's done, you should be able to try it again.
Okay.
But yeah, all the stuff that was rejected, you can go ahead and, I guess, just put in the token box for now.
Sounds good. I know there was some non-token stuff in here, so I guess I'll sort through that.
Yeah, you can send that stuff back through again and see if it changes. Man, PS5 Southbridge. Man, I'm so happy. My little preheater did good work today. Little preheater did some good work today. I'm proud of it.
Oh yeah, I meant to tell you that this came yesterday, but I guess you saw it.
Huh?
I meant to tell you this little packet came yesterday, but I guess you saw it.
Open it up. See what's in it. I guess it won't be a complete repair until I turn it on and see the home screen. We see if BTG restarted yet. That way that sucker stops sucking.
Looks like it's trying to connect to it now. Swap back over to it.
There we go. Man, it's gonna be so nice to not have this on my bench anymore. One way or the other, I was gonna be reassembling this system, but it's not for the best. Oh, sweet. I'm sure.
Some of them are kind of rough shape.
What discs are they for?
Um,
Are they just like standard DVD cases?
Yeah, they're just like standard DVD cases.
Oh, hopefully they were cheap.
Yeah, I hope so. I guess the
There's stickers on them?
Yeah, there's stickers on some of these.
Oof. Oof.
And about all of them look that dirty.
What?
I said about all of them look that dirty, and I'm seeing like half a dozen just off the top that have stickers on them.
Yeah. Well, they're about to get hit with that good old item not as described return. Yeah, that should go through and recover it all properly.
Cool. Yeah, hopefully by the time I get this list input in the quick list and print it out, we're gonna get pretty full after this.
Supposedly the beta for QuickList Plus is coming soon.
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
You know what type of features they're adding to it?
No. Probably card images. I would assume if that's not the.
They used to have them back in the day. I don't know like what happened or when they stopped, but there was a point in time where at least some cards had images associated with them.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but I do know they don't now.
That'll be helpful though.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not bad. No, I know what I did here. Oh well. All right, we got top cover put on. We need to push these guys through. All right. Next phase is fan and whatnot. Okay, made one mistake. This one goes here. Man, that's threaded really deep. Okay. All right, got that set back in. Just screw it all down. It's definitely a lot more annoying when you're not using power tools. feed this fan under here. This way I can call the customer today and let them know we got there. And then I get paid. None of this matters without payment for services rendered. Looks like 2 more screws left. 1, 2, and then the solid state screw. All right. Let's drop this disk drive in place in the front panels, and then I'll bring it over here to test. And I promise I won't lie to you guys. If it doesn't work, I'll be honest. You're just gonna have to trust me. Is it oblong? No, it can't be. There we go. A little snappy snap action. And now we have this thing fully reassembled. I'm gonna come over here to our testing setup. We're gonna power and HDMI, and this TV that I got keeps trying to get me to connect to the internet. PlayStation logo, let's go. Oh. I wish I could show you guys, but I promise it's very much a PlayStation logo. Hopefully y'all heard that. The sound of a PlayStation 5 booting up. The sound of success. The sound of success. It sounds like a PS5 starting up. All right, let's get this customer called, let them know we did it. We got there. Hi, this is Zach with Cardinal Gaming and Repair, calling about the PS5 that you have here with us. I was just calling to let you know that the repair has been finished and it's ready for pickup. Yes, it did. Yeah, we had to replace it twice, but we got there the second time, and everything. Yeah, and everything. I just got it reassembled and powered on, and everything's working like it's supposed to. We close at 8 o'clock today. We're open from 12 to 8 every day. Friday we're open 12 to 10. Yep, no problem. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right, bye. All right. Xbox Series or 1S with a stuck disc. What are they trying to do? All right, this is a Series or 1X with a stuck disc. Let's see what it's doing. I'm gonna try to eject a couple times.
So I guess from now on, whenever we're doing condition sorts and stuff, because that's what these came out of. Now that we're kind of, they're part of our backlog. These most recent sorts are pulled from condition sort boxes. Pull tokens out, put them in token box.
No, still send the tokens through because an amount of them are recognized.
Okay, it's just some of them that aren't. Okay.
Yeah. So something is definitely stuck inside this. So I'm gonna pop the little void sticker off. I'm probably gonna need to reprice stuck disk retrieval. All right, no more not power tools. We're playing with power. I can't do it anymore. Can't do it anymore. All right, we'll go over here. So this guy wanted to do the disk retrieval only, which right now we charge $25 for, and I'm reconsidering that pricing. The good thing is we don't have to remove much from this except everything. Not really, just these big screws and the screws holding the top panel to the bottom, or the bottom panel to the top. I don't think there's actually anything holding the disk drive in place on this system. And that should be all of it. Pop this off. We gotta take off this little connector. Uh-oh. I might actually see what the issue is here. And I don't think it's a disk drive issue. I'm gonna go get a new bottom panel for a 1X and see if that solves the problem. This is another great example of the value of keeping spare parts. Because when you have them, you can use them. Alright, good thing about this is we won't have to get all the way into it just yet. If we can test this much. Alright. Hopefully these are the same. Looks like it is. I made 2 different revisions of that connector. Alright. Gonna power in. Well, would you look at that? We're gonna charge $75 for that. That's what we're gonna charge. Get some value out of our parts. So I'm not gonna do anything else till we call the customer and let them know what the issue is. So we're gonna give him a call, let him know. Hi, this is Zach with Cardinal Gaming and Repair calling about the Xbox you have here with us. I was calling to let you know that I just got into the system and I was able to figure out where the problem was coming from. In this case, there was liquid damage to the disk drive control board, and that control board would need to be replaced in order to fix the issue. We do have that part, and I've already verified the issue resolved with a working part. The cost for that repair would be $75. Yeah, so the remaining balance would be $50 plus tax. It somehow liquid got into the system. It was contained to just where that control board was. I didn't see anything anywhere else, but that's what caused the issue. So there's a little board, and then there's a connector. Both the connector and the board itself had substantial liquid damage to it. So that was where the problem was coming from. Yeah, I got the replacement part on already, and I got the disc pulled out, put back in, and it works just the way that it's supposed to. So, assuming you're okay with the change in the quote, I'll have it ready in the next couple minutes. So, if you wanted to come pick it up today, we're open until 8. Otherwise, you can come any other day of the week. We're open 12 to 8. Okay, yep, that's fine. We hold all repairs for 45 days, so you have plenty of time to come get it. Sure, all right, sounds good. Yeah, that button, the board that button connects to was liquid damaged, and just replacing that board and the ribbon cable. No, the disk drive itself is fine, and the system otherwise didn't have any signs of liquid damage that I would be concerned with. So yeah, just that control board and the ribbon cable that it connects to were all that needed to be replaced in this case. Yep, no problem. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right, bye. All right, replaced bottom shell assembly, because that includes the board along with it. Now we just reassemble, and that is why we keep spare parts. You never know when you need another part. And fixing it like this in, what, 15 minutes? 15 minutes, 75 bucks. That's pretty good. All because I had this part on hand. Now, just for clarification, I'll show you guys the liquid damage I was referring to when I spoke to the customer. These are all connected. So that is the, let's see if I can get, there's the disk drive control board, and that is some good old-fashioned liquid damage if I ever seen it. And that cable that goes with it, we could probably save this still. So we're going to do that exactly. We're going to save it. That's a free USB port right there. That's free real estate. And then we're just gonna, you know what? I can't in good faith throw this away. Actually, it's easier for me to throw away this this board and the connector or in the ribbon cable than it is to throw away this entire bottom shell. I never know when I'll need another bottom shell, right? So I gotta keep it. Ah, there's more to it. We got this guy too. I've never actually had to work on this before, so it's kind of new to me. Get that out of the way. Get this out of the way. There we go. Our bad part. Has been removed from the equation, and we still have all of this stuff to save from it. Otherwise, it's all plastic and whatnot in here. So this is all salvageable and reusable. I'm actually going to put this back so I have less to worry about. And this too. Now, if I ever need another one of these, I have it. Broken shell with a good disk drive eject button. Sounds like a match made in heaven. Sounds like a heaven-made match. All right, got our screws back. That liquid damage is superficial and just on the plastic. We'll clean it up if we ever go to reusing it. Otherwise, this repair is finished. Another one for the books. Now this is what I like a repair stream to go like. We got some good hard repairs taken care of. We got some cool repairs that show off software that we're really happy to have. And then we fixed a system that doesn't have a very typical issue, but it was one that was solvable with minimal effort because we have parts on hand. If we did not have parts on hand, it would be a more difficult repair. Oh, that's great. That's great. Now we have a PS5 HDMI. You know, just when we thought, yeah, I need to, What happened? What did I do? Oh, did I unplug power? Maybe? Fix up this that's good enough. Oh, almost forgot to give the customer his disc back. He's not gonna like that. Or he wouldn't like that. Got another 1X chilling in here, waiting for repair. All right. That's not it. That's, ooh, it's another Slim PS5. That's not it. So it's got to be this one by process of elimination. Process of illumination. We use these.
One of the factories can check on a repair for Edward Brown.
On the way.
The original N2 was 53. Is that right?
So it was probably two instances of 25. Did you pay 53 plus tax, or did you pay $53 after tax?
I'm not even sure. I ain't got the receipt.
Say it was 53 before tax. So just the remaining balance will be $27 plus tax.
You can play with violence, but they still don't care.
Look, we did it. Look, we did it. Look, we did it. Hooray. Typically don't do PS5 repair over here, but don't have my new setup. Okay. Last comment was, I think you're muted, so I want to make sure that's not the case. All right. Nice, relatively clean system. Makes for an easier repair. This is HDMI. We're going to verify that. Well, HDMI doesn't look bad, actually. Let's see if I can... Yeah. So no physical damage that I can see. What we will do is verify that. So if it white lights, then we will know that it is indeed liquid or HDMI or some other display issue. But I gotta use the restroom. La 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 la. Do re mi fa sol la ti do. Is my mic working? It is. All right. Well, it's powering on. And it is white lighting, but it is not detecting an input. So it's more than likely that it's internal. So we're gonna have to wait for this to power off so we can start taking it apart and working on it. In the meantime, I need to make the sticker for, I need to make the sticker for our Southbridge. Alright, got our new sticker made for Slim PS5 with the successful Southbridge. And then I drop it. Alright. PS5 fat model. It be doing the HDMI stuff. Let's see what it do. A system that has not been accessed before. My favorite kind of system. I do love prior repair attempts because it makes me feel a little bit better about my repair skill when I fix other people's failed repair attempts. We gotta pop off the solid state cover. Now this is ready to come up. It was almost ready to come up. Now it is ready to come up. La 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 la. There we go. Go ahead and throw this guy on the charger since he dead. Alright. Audio returned. PS5 repairing. There. Getting. We. What we got after this? What would you guess? Another PS5 HDMI. I guess I really shouldn't be upset about that. Well, this repair stream can be the antithesis to the prior one, where in that repair stream nothing was fixed. In this repair stream, everything is fixed. There does look like some bulging on the plastic for the around the HDMI port, so that is some indication of port failure. All these screws. You know, at least with all these screws, it is a lot less likely that we see liquid damage repairs for this system. These shields do a pretty good job of keeping liquid. Now we did have one liquid damage over here. Ended up having to replace the Wi-Fi chip, and that solved the issue. That was pretty satisfying. It's a lot of screws. A lot of screws. This is a lot of a dirty setup. But we're not here to be clean, we're here to get work done. We're here to get work done, and work we will get done. We're gonna get so much work done, you're gonna wonder why we got so much work done. I do think I would like to come out some more. Come down some more. Or no, if I come up, then that's pretty nice. I like that. There we go. This will be our get rid of all the fluff that's going on around my workbench. All right. Ooh, nice spread on the heatsink and the APU die, whatever it is. All right, let's look under the microscope, see what it can tell us about this port. Pretty strange. Oh, well, there's your answer. It looked like they were connected, but they were indeed not connected. So we could do two things here. The good way and the cheap way. And fortunately for the customer, the good way would be just as expensive as the cheap way. So we're going to do it the good way. And that is just replace this, because even though this looks good and could just be resoldered, the two pins that are missing or that are wiggly, we could just resolder those. We are going to replace this port. That is the right thing to do, and we're in the business of doing the right thing.
Get the PS5 for Charlie Merriweather.
There we go. There we go. I'll be right back. Hello. How you guys go?
Thank you. It came with, it had
Oh, yes. I'll go grab those. Yeah, yeah. Forgot the cables. That's why we don't take them typically, so that we don't have to worry about forgetting the cables. But I do remember them being left. Will you double bag that for me? Thank you, guys. If you all have any issues, you have a 30-day warranty on it, bring it back, we'll take a look at it.
all right.
The more I do today, the less I have to do tomorrow. Just keep that in my mind. The more I do today, the less I have to do tomorrow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sing a song about it. Doing more today, doing less tomorrow. Say it with me now. Really should not be drinking coffee at 6 o'clock, but I can't let this coffee go to waste. You know, drinking a little bit of coffee all day rather than drinking it all at once. Because I'm not drinking more coffee than usual. I'm just drinking the same amount spread out through a longer period of the day. Okay. That looks good. Actually, I might be able to turn this into a good PS5 HDMI port repair video because I have refined my process with this. I don't even add new solder or anything of the like. I just flow. I just let flux do all the work. When there is solder on the pads, which there is, so we don't need to do anything. We'll let what's on there do the work. This is the hot swap method. But I don't know how other people do the hot swap method, but for my method of doing the hot swap, well, these legs are a little wider. I'm gonna bend them in a little bit. That should do it. Try this again. So once we got it set in place, I'm gonna let it set, keep my heat running, flux each leg, flux the pin line, and then flux these two legs over here. And now, this will do the rest of the job. You want to see the solder rise up the legs on the anchors. And it looks like it's happened. And this is a more resilient port than the one that we took off. So now, I'm gonna rotate this around. And we will see now why we didn't need to use any more solder than what was already on there, because you have the original lead-free solder pulling up the leg, indicating a strong connection being made, and 19 pins securely attached. We're pushing on them. I can see the solder sucked up the leg, so I know there's a good connection, but we're still going to wiggle test them just to make sure. But yeah, 19 properly soldered pins, anchors with solder going up the leg rather than not showing adhesion. So we can see right here that proper adhesion has happened. Our little filtering capacitor is still here. So yeah, this one's good. This one's good. At this point, we can reassemble for testing, which is what we're going to do. Unfortunately, I can't show you it working, but I can tell you if it works. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to drop this stuff back in place. Plug up our connections. I like to drop the top shell or top shield on. That way I don't touch anything on accident and blow everything up. But before I do that, I should probably, you know, put on the heatsink clamp. We didn't need to respread the thermal interface because it was already good on both the heatsink and the APU. What's up?
Somebody wants to speak to repair. That's the way you put it.
Here, let me give you my phone.
Thank you.
Cardinal Gaming and Repair, this is Zach. How can I help you? Okay, what kind of issue are you having? Okay, so disk drive not working in a GameCube. So we are able to fix that issue. We charge $100 plus tax for that repair. Yep, so if you want to bring it by, or is it something that you wanted to bring to the store to drop off, or did you want to ship it to us? Okay, so what I'll have you do, I can give you our repair email address. Have you shipped a device to us for repair before? Okay, so are you familiar with the email address that we would have initiated the process with for you on your previous repair? Okay, I can give you that email address when you're ready. It is repair. No, it'll, yeah, just the system by itself. Yeah, well, one way or the other, we should be able to identify the source of the issue and fix it. And as long as it doesn't end up being anything more substantial than whatever equivalent to a disk drive repair would be, then you won't have to pay any more. It will just be, that or less. All right, so that email address is repair, R-E-P-A-I-R, at CNA Games, GAMES.com. Correct. That is it. So if you send us an email, with a description of your issue, whatever email address you send to us, we'll send you the invoice for our bench fee. When that bench fee is paid, we will send you the ship to address, and then once we receive the device, we'll start working on it. So we don't pay the cost of shipping to us, but we do pay the cost of return shipping. It'll be something like that, yeah. For a system of that size, I would expect it to be less than $20 to ship. No, if it's less work for you to just leave it on, that's fine. We can take it off when we go to work on it all the same. It's either way is fine with us. Is there anything else I can help you with? It depends on what the issue is. So if it's an issue that involves the top assembly, where it's the top screen or no power because something's wrong with the top screen, then we charge $150. All other issues are $100. Yeah, so I mean, with those, it tends to be more cost effective to replace it unless it's like a special edition or something like that. Yeah, hinge would be considered a top assembly issue, and at that point we charge $150. Yeah, so it's one of those things where it tends to be more cost effective to just replace it. So unless it's like a special version or something like that, replacing would be what I would suggest in that case. Okay. Alrighty, well, I'll keep an eye out for that email from you, and then we'll go from there, okay? Thank you, have a good one. Thrifty TCG, hello. I'm sorry you had to sit through that call, but during that call, I was able to verify that this PS5 was fixed by replacing the HDMI port. So we got that much going for us. Mail to repairs are a complicated thing with us because, especially with devices that aren't worth a whole lot, once you factor in shipping plus the cost of our repair, it really comes down to, do you really want it repaired that bad? Do you really want it repaired that bad? Because I would not get a GameCube fixed for $100 plus shipping. But it's one of those things where I could probably reasonably go down to 75 on that repair. But it's easier for me to just be consistent with floor pricing. So I can say just about any system with a disk drive replacement that's not worth more than, or that's not like current gen where it's worth, a lot more than $200 would be $100. And that at least makes it to where prices are consistent across the board. And some of our pricing is unfortunately cost prohibitive, and that's where we do just suggest replacing the device. If GameCubes became worth a lot more money, if they were in like the $200 range, then I could see fixing it for $100 being reasonable. But it's just not. But then you have like the cost of a replacement laser assembly plus the time replacing it. And that equivalent time being spent on a more valuable repair just makes it to where probably should just price it accordingly. Now, if I were in a situation where I didn't have a decent amount of repairs in the queue at any given time, then maybe I should look at repricing that stuff. But our pricing structure, I think, gives us a steady flow in a way that I would want to have it. So it works out for us in that regard. Now we just reassemble, and then, oh, it's 623. I could do one more HDMI port. It is the next thing in the queue, another HDMI port. See, this is more indicative of my typical workflow when it comes to repairs is PS5 HDMI port, PS5 HDMI port, PS5 HDMI port, switch USB-C port, PS5 HDMI port. So it is a nice change of pace when we get new or complicated repairs in. In this case, that Southbridge was a good repair for me to practice my skill. And I typically don't tell, I tell other people who are getting into repairs to don't practice on customer devices, but for me, this is more of a reinforcing skill than it is learning how to do something. And unfortunately, I need to reinforce reballing quite a bit. If I wasn't able to fix it, or I caused damage by the work that I did, then it would be a problem. But we're not that bad off, fortunately. It could be a lot worse. in the same way as I hear, like, you know, hearing about a lot of people wanting to open a video game store or a trading card store, or it's the same thing with getting into opening a repair operation, where the barrier tends to be high enough on getting initially started up and, you know, fixing stuff consistently, that it deters most people. So that keeps it pretty good for us in that regard. I like competition, and I would even go as far as to say that we don't have good competition for repair in the city, at least that I'm aware of. To me, it's you have U-Break iFix and CPR, and I don't know how much or what CPR does with repair in this regard, how far they go. I know U-Break iFix. Let's just say that they I'm fixing their issues every once in a while. I'm fixing repairs from customers, from their customers every once in a while. To the point where there's a couple cases where I would say that they should not be offering repair in this capacity at all, but you know, they are a large enough company to where I guess they can offset that stuff in a way that a smaller operation wouldn't be able to. Man, these little hand vacuums that we got are terrible. They are just terrible. I guess I'll switch to the big camera, since I would like to, and I'll probably get around to putting another camera setup over in the reassembly area. That's about all we need to do on that. All right, disk drive is plugged back in. Drop it on the top shell. And bring over the rest of this stuff. Man, I'm so happy about that PS5 with the Southbridge. I am reasonably satisfied with how that went. I'll be riding that high for the rest of the day, for sure. Where I had to play around with balls and not be good at it, but still get them to do what I needed them to do, one way or the other. So now I gotta pop in these connectors. Pop on the little connector cover. They revised that in it eventually and made it not as big. And then we pop on little dust collector fin and top shield or top cover. The power, we're going to retest after assembly. Power, HDMI, power button, and PS5 logo. Okay, it was a TV issue. This TV, the small TV that I got, it's not good. Mostly because it keeps trying to get me to connect to the internet, and I don't want to connect to the internet. I just want to use it like a TV. I'll probably replace it again with an even smaller TV. Because that's one thing I don't need is a very large TV. All right. Call this customer, let them know I fixed their stuff, and then move on to the next. What? Oh yeah, I'm not, no printing here. Just fixing. Just fixing. Contact customer. Let them know stuff works. No, I was wrong. It's not another HDMI. It's a switch. That's good. Hello, this is Zach with Cardinal Gaming and Repair, calling in regards to the PS5 that you have here with us. Just calling to let you know that the repair has been finished and it's ready for pickup. We're open 7 days a week from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. On Fridays, we're open till 10 p.m. If you have any questions, feel free to give us a call back. Area code 502-795-2469, option 1. Thank you very much. Have a good day. The Pokemon cards printing factory video. Yeah. The consensus that we get from that video is that people want to see more, and I don't know if there is more that like is reasonably exposed from internal process for that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm not the Pokemon guy though, so don't quote me on that. We have a Pokemon professional, and it is not me. But we also do have a repair professional, and that is me. Nintendo Switch. No power. Tested with good power supply. Is this it? It is. It is. All right. Now this is a good change of pace. A good change of pace right here. All right. So we have a Nintendo Switch. This Nintendo Switch does not power on apparently. The USB port doesn't look blown out, so do you repair NVIDIA GPUs? It depends on the nature of the issue. If it's like dead, yeah, or if it's like no output or a damaged port, something like that, we do fix that kind of stuff. If it's like artifacting or anything like that, where it's like it works but there's graphical errors and then it stops working because of that, we don't do those kind of repairs, because those kind of repairs tend to not be repairable, because it's usually a failed graphics processor. So here we are with Nintendo Switch, no power. I'm going to press and hold the power button for 10 seconds just to make sure it's not frozen. And it is indeed powered off. All right, now we're going to plug it in and see if we get out our power. All right, there is no power. So that means we have a repair. But what kind of repair? Let's see what's happening. Nothing is happening. I'm gonna guess M92. Let's see how much my guess is worth. We're gonna break into this thing. Boy, oh boy. I'm gonna be riding this high for more than today, actually. I know I said just today, but it's gonna stick with me for a bit. In the grand scheme of things, a PS5 Southbridge really isn't that substantial, but the amount of work that I had to do to get it where it needed to be makes it substantial enough for me. Substantial enough for me. Hopefully this isn't liquid damage. Looks pretty good so far. What I don't like getting into is very liquid damaged devices. That's no fun. It's no fun mostly because it means we're not getting paid, more than likely. And I still have to try, unless it's so bad that it's like, yeah, there's no reason to try. Well, I don't have to try, but I feel morally obligated to try. Let's say that. I have a moral obligation to try. All right, yeah, no liquid damage here. Disconnect power. We're gonna test M92. See what it do.
I think I know the answer to, but so I don't know if this is like a print issue or what, but there's a lot of those where like along the edge there. Let me see what it's like. Crinkly-ish, or like
this is new enough where
like it doesn't really matter. That's
well,
kind of where
well, it's for me. It's more. You can't see it on the back for one.
Yeah.
I would consider that a print. LP it.
Yeah.
LP it. Either way, better safe than sorry. Because those are packed fresh, I'm sure.
Yeah, this came out of so a lot of those recent sorts we did were from a box from the Middletown location.
Yeah.
It was all a bunch of recent toys from the universes beyond and a lot of the new sets and stuff.
Yeah. All right, we've got a continuity on our main fuse. Let's see. Good, 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 good. That's not good. All right, I'm gonna test for 5 volts on the fuse. That will at least help us see if we have a port issue. Okay, we've got 15 volts at the port. So the board is getting 15 volts, but it is not taking that 15 volts and doing anything with it. We got 15 volts. We got 15 volts surrounding BQ. Alright, let's get off of power. Start checking other points. Alright, nothing else that we can do is going to be done while this is in. Yeah, that's gross. Nothing else we can do is going to be done while it's still screwed in, so we're going to Man, I really wanted this to be M92. Doesn't seem like it's going to be PI3 either. Yeah, I already tested that. Very interesting. Alright, well, nothing else we can do besides jump into taking it apart. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take it apart. Wait a minute. Why was I getting 15 volts on the port, but I wasn't getting it? Is the battery bad? Let's try to actually understand what's going on here. Is my power meter bad? Okay. So I have 15 volts. It was just lying to me. Hmm. 127 milliamps. Let's try it with a different battery. Give it a chance to be something easy. Even though replacing those batteries are not fun. Oh, we got good batteries over here. I'm just gonna take one of these. All right. This is a fresh out of the pack aftermarket battery. Should be fine. Nah, I'm sorry. Yep. Ooh. Man. Throat's getting awful scratchy. Well, I have 473 milliamp draw and no backlight. That's not good. We're gonna see if it's something easy real quick. Okay. That's getting about as hot as it's supposed to get. So we have, that's the correct amount of, well, yeah, we gotta get it out. That's the only thing we have left to do is get it out. So let's just do that. No other good work can happen while this is in. Maybe I'll get in and I'll see something obvious. So that'd be nice. That'd be real nice. But that's not gonna happen. So we moved the battery from the equation. We have not, I would say we removed the port from the equation since it's pulling 15 volts. Pulling 15 volts at a half amp. This should get this thing powering on. We've got all the connections undone, except the antennas. All right. We're gonna look around for some other stuff. But before we do that, we're gonna clean up this old thermal paste so it doesn't get all over the place while we're working. The floor, the perfect place for that stuff to go. All right, under the microscope we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. I'm gonna test over here. Yeah, this one's not gonna be easy. I can already tell. Just looking around for any obvious signs. We already tested. This should be fine. Yep. Reading exactly what it's supposed to. Let's see what the max IC is looking like. Well, this one's gonna be fun. Okay, so what do we want to do here? How do we want to approach this? I know how we want to approach this. Let's see if anything besides BQ is heating up. That would be a good idea. 5. And there's BQ doing what it does. Getting around 40. Yep. Maybe this is not normal, because it's continuing to get hotter. And now it hurts, actually. Let's... You know what? What do we have to lose? We'll Hail Mary a BQ. Hail Mary a BQ. You know what? And I know where a good one is. Right here. Another parts board coming through for me. Too bad it's an OLED board, but... It's gonna go a lot further if it's actually set to the right temperature. Alright. Let's get our BQ drop back on. Alright, new BQ, let's see what you do. For the sake of a visual reference, we're just going to drop this in and see if that does anything.
Zack, I've got someone on the phone asking if you've received an email.
Tell him it has been received and we will probably follow up with him early tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, this is set in correctly. I could do just the backlight, but I like to do backlight and LCD. I don't think this is necessarily going to solve the problem, but it's the easiest thing to try when it's getting so hot. Oh, it fixed it. Well, it's not supposed to get that hot then, I guess. Because it does get hot. BQ does normally get hot, but yeah, there we go. Look at that. BQ IC. Fix the problem. Look at that. That's, I'm going to be honest with you. That's a really good way to end the day. Really good day. Really good way to end the day. I'm going to reassemble this. And we're going to call it. We're calling it. We're calling it. You guys saw it today. 100%. 100% repair success rate. That is how it should be. We're going to pop the power off here. We're going to reassemble this bad boy. This working system for my BQ IC replacement. How it just spontaneously failed? I don't know the answer to that. It's not the first time I've seen it, and it's probably not going to be the last time that I'll see it. But we're getting paid. We're getting paid. You know what? That's going to be my motto. That's going to be my motto. We're getting paid. If anyone's here, you've heard it. It's formally established. My motto, we're getting paid. That's what I'm here for we're getting paid. If we're not getting paid, I'm doing something wrong. Now, one thing I should do, really, before I go too far, and I'm gonna do that, is I'm gonna make sure dock output works, even though I expect it to. I should probably verify dock output rather than just expecting it to work. I should verify that it works. Because fixing BQ could just be one part of the problem rather than the whole, which is multiple issues. BQ, thank you for being the problem. Alright, I'm not going to put the heatsink on yet until I test dock output. Nope, forgot two little connectors. Get our fan and power volume. All right. Now with power volume, wait, does this power on? Okay, battery's dead. It is charging. It's probably gonna need to charge for a little bit, which is unfortunate because now we can't quickly test dock output unless I swap the battery, and that's too much work. So we're gonna wait for that system to charge a little bit, and then after that happens, we'll be able to test dock output. In the meantime, let's see, I'll go ahead and follow up with this guy. Send off a little invoice for our GameCube guy. Oh, this guy buys stuff from us. That's cool. From Richmond. All right, create order. All right, we got all right. Got the invoice sent off to our GameCube guy, and now we are gonna we charge enough? We charging enough? Still charging. Okay. Yeah, it's probably very dead. It's not only merely dead, it's really most sincerely dead. I wanna be done, but my wanting to be done is also heavily influenced by my wanting to have this fixed. Okay. Would we be interested in Llanowar Elves Alpha and Beta? Okay, yeah. Alpha and beta Llanowar elves in near mint condition? Sure. We take those kinds of things. Man, this battery is very dead. Very dead. Aww. Error 70. That's the worst error. We're back. We're back. Still charging. Oh, this is taking forever. I want to go home. I want to eat food. Oh, well, there's nothing else that I can do between now and that system charging enough to turn on. I could clean up, but I don't want to do that on stream. What do we do? Do I end it here and not verify this switch working and reassemble it? We've reached an impasse. Oh boy. Yep, it powers on, but not enough to actually power all the way on. So, who knows how long that's going to take. I'm not going to keep you guys any longer. At this point, I expect this to work. So, assume that it probably will. If not, I'll cry, but I won't burden you guys with that. Otherwise, yeah, I'd say relatively successful repair stream today. Probably hold off until later next week before I do another one, but if you guys have any questions or you want to see any kind of specific repair or anything like that, or stuff outside of repair that I might be more geared to answer or provide input on, hit me with it. At the very least, you're going to get repairs one way or the other. Outside of that, I'm going to wrap today up, pat myself on the back because we're getting paid, and I'll see you guys in the next one.